Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How are you all? Hello. Yeah, it's really, really hot out today. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm hoping this is the hottest day of the summer and it doesn't get hotter. Pretty okay, just a sore throat because I slept in the heat. Luckily, I have my trusted friend chilled orange soda. Right now, I got some water with ice in it. Very fancy. Oh my god, that's so nice. I'm very, very lucky to have like the coldest room in the house. But that does mean that if I step out for even like a minute anywhere else, I immediately start sweating. Hello, every paw. Hello, May Apple 1312, which could mean nothing. Um, and let me go with the extra chat background, make it more readable. There we go. Cool that people recognize some of these musicians. I really like them. All right. Lots of people streaming in. Some people I haven't seen before, which is cool. Hello, Oatmeal Consumer. Hello, Yaza con queso. I already got 8 people in chat. That's pretty nice. A very chatty chat today. Hope Black Dresses too. I've only listened to Peaceful Assault. I haven't actually listened to that one. Oh fuck, hang on. Oh, it's my phone. Celeste is a very popular little game, it seems. I hope they don't mind my fat for bullshit. Oh, dang it. And mute my Discord sounds. God. Yeah, I made a custom sprite. It's still not entirely finished, but like I don't remember how many sprites it is. It's like 400 something. It's a lot. Pretty much all the gameplay sprites are there, so. Oh, might picks it up pretty hard. Yeah. It's very, very possible and relatively easy to mod Celeste. The mod support is like crazy fucking good. It's just that if you want to do custom sprites, there's so many goddamn sprites. There's way too many goddamn sprites. Just got home from donating blood. Okay. Everyone go donate blood if you can. It's a fun little afternoon adventure. I get really fucked up about needles. I don't know about that. I love donating blood. You get as many snacks as you want after. Oh, okay. Well, maybe. Oh, there's so many goddamn custom sprite mods for this game. I'm likely not the first person to put their persona in the game. Okay, I did not know about the blood donation snacks. That's pretty cool. All right. Far from it. What I've seen, Miko is in here a couple times. Hmm. You're woozy after having blood thing, don't want you to faint. Okay, yeah, that makes sense actually. Um, okay. I want to actually talk about the stream itself and what this is going to be. This is a little idea that's been in my brain for a while because I've been meaning to read this fucking book. I'm sure you've read the title, Celeste, but every time I die, I have to read a page of Julia Serano's Whipping Girl from 2007. It's not a terribly long book. It's, from what I've gathered, about like 260 pages of like actual like relevant text, and then there's a lot of like notes and credits, that kind of stuff. There's like 315 pages total. There's about 41 pages that I don't feel the need to read because they're not really like text. It's the fucking table of contents. We're not gonna read the table of content. We're gonna skim through that shit. Um, there's a couple of reasons I'm doing this. One, I need to fucking read. I don't read fucking ever, especially not books. I read articles every now and then, obviously. 260 is like a pretty good death count for a casual game complete, I feel like. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I've played this game a lot. I'm pretty fucking good at it. I'm hoping that, like, towards the end, I'll have actually read a crap ton of this game, and we'll see how long that takes. There's a second reason I'm doing this, and it's because I've heard and have been told that this text is a very, very good, maybe not introduction, but at least a foundational text for trans feminism. It coined some terms, I think, which I'm sure we'll get to. Have you done any speedruns? No. I fucking hate speedrunning. I think it sucks. Like, I can beat this game pretty quick. I'm not a speedrunner. Um, and the third reason I'm doing this is because I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be a sort of funny kind of stream, a little concept challenge stream type thing. Oh my god.
Yummy Slurpee.
I'm fucking slurping, alright. Ice cold water after like 34 degrees Celsius is so fucking nice. Holy shit. Oh my god. Everyone go drink ice water. Right now. Go get hydrated and cold and nice. Um, get some real quick. Now is it like an introductory text? There we go. Okay, this is also pretty important. I'm getting this book at transreads.org, which I'm pretty sure is like a whole fucking library full of books about trans people. Essays, journals, pamphlets, zines, they got a lot of shit. Anthologies. And they also take donations. Okay. I also set up a little reading room. It reads better with the actual text. There we go, yeah. Looks good. Whipping Girl, a transsexual woman on sexism and the scapegoating of femininity by Julia Serano, 2008. A provocative manifesto, Whipping Girl is a gripping, no-holds-barred account that debunks popular misconceptions about transsexuality, while exposing the depth of the cultural belief that femininity is frivolous, weak, and passive. Julia Serano, a transsexual woman, shares her experiences pre- and post-transition, revealing at every turn the ways in which fear, contempt, and dismissiveness toward femininity shape our societal attitudes towards trans women, as well as gender and sexuality as a whole. That will be our book for tonight. And I'm pretty sure I'll have to split it into multiple streams. I'm not going to read the whole thing tonight. I think the question is, what do I do after I've beaten the game proper? Because maybe, potentially, I will get through the whole of Celeste without dying enough times. I don't think that will happen. I'm not sure. But there's a chance. And I think I'll start playing some of the fucking modded maps I have installed. Alright. You got your water. You got your water. You got your drinky drink. Good. We're gonna need it. Which maps do you have? I have like one of those strawberry jam maps, and I have one my friend made. You'll see. I might play them anyways because who knows? It's just a fun game. My Wapder. That's fun to say. Okay. Now that the sun's down, I have two windows open and there's a live like breeze. So pleasant. Pleasant. Misspell in chat. No more ice water. I do also have orange soda. And snacks, of course. But that's not the point of the stream, so who cares? I'll die, I guess. I'll never recover from this minor spelling error. God, I fucking love this album so fucking much. Okay, this album is so fucking good that like I get halfway through it, I'm like, okay, how did she make the synths sound like that? And then I open my music program and I try and I fail. And I'm like, how the fuck did she do that? And I don't know if I've ever like, I think I've listened through it once. I think I've listened through the whole thing once, maybe, because I just stop and I'm like, okay, how did she make that sound? The synths are so good. Oh my god, I'm honestly jealous. It's so good. The synth sounds like when an animal gets zoomies. They're like hopping around, bashing everywhere. That's what that reminds me of. Like, Patricia is so fucking good. Uh, just making synth sounds that have a character to them, like a real personality. And ooh, I wish I had that ability. I wish I knew how to do that. Like, I wonder how much of that is just the instrumentation itself, like how it's used, I guess. Okay. Let's see. I think once the song runs out, I'll actually start the game.
Yummy snack.
Okay. Let's see. I got some chocolate muffin. Worth a minute. It's missing one. It's missing one in the package. I bought a pack of 6. And there's only 5. I've been fucking robbed. What the fuck? Not like I forgot I ate one or anything. I literally just now opened this pack. God. Mean to me. Okay. Okay. gonna start up the game and eat my snack. Let's see. Let's get the fucking game. There we go. Just test. Yeah, I can very quickly switch between those. That's good. Make sure that's actually set to the book. There we go. Don't need that tab, don't need that tab, don't need that tab. There we go. Makes things easier for me. Bam. Bam. Okay. Let's fucking do this. Really stupid challenge. And also eat muffin. Fucking go. Just sit there. Just breathe. Why are you so nervous? I haven't read a book in a long time. Excuse me, ma'am. The sign out front is busted. Is this a mountain trail? You're almost there. It's just across the bridge. By the way, you should call someone about your driveway. The bridge collapsed and I nearly died. If my driveway almost hit you in, the mountain might be a bit too much for you. Oh, if not bad like you can survive here, I think I'll be fine. Suit yourself. But you should know, Celeste Mountain is a strange place. You might see things you ain't ready to see. You should see the cop lady. Apparently Celeste Mountain is a real place in Canada. I think. I think I looked it up at one point. Yeah, I made custom idle animations as well. I'm very proud of them. Let's go Forsaken City. Yeah, I know how to play the game. I can collect strawberries again. That's fun. That's probably where most of my deaths are going to come from. Hmm. Fuck yeah. I'm really curious where my first death's gonna be. I might make it through the whole of this stage. Who knows? Oh, there we go. There we go. That one's really stupid. Damn. Okay. Okay. Let me get my water real quick. I don't know if I'm gonna read all the game dialogue because I've played it to death. Gotta save my voice for the book. Okay, here we go. Introduction. If I didn't define myself for myself, I would be crunched into other people's fantasies for me and eaten alive. Audre Lorde. When I first told people that I was working on a book based on my experiences and perspectives as a transsexual woman, many of them immediately assumed that I was writing an autobiography, rather than a political or historical account, a work of fiction, or a collection of personal essays. Perhaps they imagined that I would write one of those confessional tell-alls that non-trans people seem to constantly want to hear from transsexual women. One that begins with my insistence that I have always been a woman trapped inside a man's body, one that distorts my desire to be female into a quest for feminine pursuits, one that explains the ins and outs of sex reassignment surgery and hormones in gory detail, one that completely avoids discussions about what it is like to be treated as a woman and how that compares to how I was treated as a male, one that whitewashes away all of the prejudices I face for being transsexual, a book that ends not with me becoming an outspoken trans activist or feminist, but with the consummation of my womanhood in the form of my first sexual experience with a man. I am not surprised that many would assume that I was simply writing yet another variation of this archetype. Until very recently, this was the only sort of story that non-trans publishers and media producers would allow transsexual women to tell. And while I respect any trans woman who has been brave enough to share her story with the world, the media's narrow focus on the most palatable or sensationalistic transsexual storylines has resulted in making invisible the vast diversity of perspectives and experiences that exist among trans women. Further, this has dumbed down the intricate and difficult relationships many of us have with our own genders and physical bodies. It has also erased the difficulty we face in dealing with the gender stereotypes that other people project onto us because we are women, and because we are transsexuals. Okay. This stream's gonna be a lot. Oh, the strawberry. Fuck. My insatiable lust for strawberry is gonna kill me many times. I like your voice for reading. Thank you. This stream is going to be pretty dense and a lot of tonal whiplashes, I feel like. Yeah, probably. Silly story about girl climbing mountain interspersed with very frank discussions about you bitch. This bullshit. This is bullshit. Reading. Here we go. I'm gonna have water ready. Other people who know me from my work as a transgender activist and a trans-focused performance poet might have assumed that I was working on a transgender revolution book, one similar to those books by Kate Bornstein, Leslie Feinberg, and Riki Wilkins that influenced me so much when I was first coming out. One that challenges readers to look beyond the gender binary, one that encourages all transgender people, whether they are transsexuals, cross-dressers, genderqueers, drag artists, etc., to recognize that we are all in the same boat, all victims at the hands of the same rigid cultural gender norms. While I do believe that all transgender people have a stake in the same political fight against those who fear and dismiss gender diversity and difference in all of its wondrous forms, I do not believe that we are discriminated against in the same ways and for the exact same reasons. I have found that the ways people reacted to me back when I identified as a mostly closeted male cross-dresser, or let me that again. I have found that the ways people reacted to me back when I identified as a mostly closeted male crossdresser or as a bigendered queer boy were very different from one another, and yet again different from the way people react to me now that I am an out transsexual woman. The focus on transgender as a one-size-fits-all category for those who transgress binary gender norms has inadvertently erased the struggles faced by those of us who lie at the intersection of multiple forms of gender-based prejudice. And while I agree with the many points shattering the gender binary themed books regularly make, I have come to the realization that they only tell part of the story. The idea that all anti-trans discrimination arises from the fact that, as transgender people, we transgress binary gender norms does not resonate completely with my personal experiences. As a somewhat eccentric kid, I was given plenty of leeway to opt out of boys' activities and to cultivate an androgynous appearance and persona. I was sometimes teased for being different, for being an atypical or unmasculine boy, but it was nothing compared to the venom that was reserved for those boys who acted downright feminine. And now, as an out transsexual woman, I find that those who wish to ridicule or dismiss me do not simply take me to task for the fact that I fail to conform to gender norms. Instead, more often than not, they mock my femininity. From the perspective of an occasional gender bender or someone on the female to male spectrum, it might seem like binary gender norms are at the core of anti-trans discrimination, but most of the anti-trans sentiment that I have had to deal with as a transsexual woman is probably better described as misogyny. Okay. Let's keep going. Oh. I'm gonna have to get, like, hot shortcuts for that, probably. Whatever, I'll figure that out next stream or whatever. Skip that bitch. Bye. Oh, I haven't played this in ages. And by ages, I mean like a couple months, probably. Ooh. There we go. Nah, I'm not gonna solve it. Whatever. It takes too long. I don't like doing it. Okay, here we go. Hello. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that was silly. There we go. Reading. Hmm. The fact that transsexual men are often singled out to bear the brunt of our culture's fascination and demonization of transgenderism is a subject that's been ripe for feminist critique for about half a century now. Unfortunately, many feminists have been extraordinarily apathetic or antagonistic to the experiences and perspectives of transsexual women. In fact, the few non trans feminists who have written about us in the past have usually based their theses upon the assumption that we are really quote unquote men, not women, and that our physical transitions to female and our expressions of femininity represent an appropriation of female culture, symbolism, and bodies. Besides being disrespectful of the fact that we identify, live, and are treated by the world as women, such flawed approaches have overlooked an important opportunity to examine far more relevant issues: the ways in which traditional sexism shapes popular assumptions about transsexual women, and why so many people in our society feel threatened by the existence of quote unquote men who choose to become women. Yeah, I started out being shit at Celeste as well. I watched one of my friends play it once, and she had never played it, and she really struggled through a lot of it. And it just reminded me of like, oh, okay, right, that's how it's like to play Celeste if you've never played it before. And I think a really fun part of Celeste is like returning to it and playing it again and finding out that a lot of the parts you get stuck at are suddenly very easy. It's really good. I like it. Okay, let's keep reading. The intent of this book is to debunk many of the myths and misconceptions that people have about transsexual women, as well as gender in general, by turning the tables on the rest of the world and examining why so many different facets of our society have set out to dehumanize trans women. I hope to show that we are ridiculed and dismissed, not merely because we quote unquote transgress binary gender norms, as many transgender activists and gender theorists have proposed, but rather that we choose to be women rather than men. The fact that we identify and live as women despite being born male and having inherited male privilege challenges the fact that we identify and live as women despite being born male and having inherited male privilege challenges those in our society who wish to glorify maleness and masculinity, as well as those who frame the struggles faced by other women and queers solely in terms of male and heterosexual privilege. Oh, that's all I want to read. For some reason. Okay. By the way, chat, if at any point you have like questions about the text or things you want to discuss, feel free. I think I want to save most of the discussion for like the end of the stream, which seems about right. Examining the society-wide disdain for trans women also brings to light an important yet often overlooked aspect of traditional sexism, that it targets people not only for their femaleness, but also for their expressions of femininity. Today, while it is generally considered to be offensive or prejudiced to openly discriminate against someone for being female, discriminating against someone's femininity is still considered fair game. The idea that masculinity is strong, tough, and natural, while femininity is weak, vulnerable, and artificial, excuse me, continues to proliferate even among people who believe that women and men are equals. And in a world where femininity is so regularly dismissed, perhaps no form of gendered expression is considered more artificial and more suspect than male and transgender expressions of femininity. All right. This is great because it feels like dying in Celeste actually has weight now, as opposed to. Ah. Okay. 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 This is going to be really hard on me, I think. The belly slap idol animation, yeah. I think that one's my favorite. um, I've called this book Whipping Girl to highlight the ways in which people who are feminine, whether they be female, male, and or transgender, are almost universally demeaned compared with their masculine counterparts. The scapegoating of those who express femininity can be seen not only in the male-centered mainstream, but in the queer community, where effeminate, quote-unquote, gay men have been accused of holding back the gay rights movement, and where femdykes have been accused of being the Uncle Toms of the lesbian movement. I'm not sure what is meant by the phrase Uncle Toms. Is that like an Americanism? Even many feminists buy into traditionally sexist notions about femininity, that it is artificial, contrived, and frivolous. Uncle Tom is a traitor to your demographic, usually. Okay. Fuck, where was I? Even many feminists buy into traditionally sexist notions about femininity, that it is artificial, contrived, and frivolous, that it is a ruse that only serves the purpose of attracting and appeasing the desires of men. What I hope to show in this book is that the real ruse being played is not by those of us who happen to be feminine, but rather by those who place inferior meanings onto femininity. The idea that femininity is subordinate to masculinity dismisses women as a whole and shapes virtually all popular myths and stereotypes about trans women. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the Uncle Tom's thing real quick. In another tab, it's a fictional character. Ooh. Uncle Tom is the title character of Harriet Beecher Stowe's 1852 novel Uncle Tom's Cabin. The character was seen in the Victorian era as a groundbreaking literary attack against the dehumanization of slaves. Tom is a deeply religious Christian preacher to his fellow slaves who uses non-resistance, who accepts being flogged to death rather than violate plantation's code of silence by informing against the route being used by two women who have just escaped from slavery. However, the character also came to be criticized for allegedly being inexplicably kind to white slave owners, especially based on his portrayal to pro-compassion dramatization. This led to the use of Uncle Tom, sometimes shortened to just Tom, as a derogatory epithet for an exceedingly subservient person or a house. I don't know if I want to say that word. Particularly one accepting and uncritical of their own lower class status. That's a very loaded word to use there. That's very loaded. It's interesting to me to bring like a really racialized term like that to describe lesbians in general. Right. Femdites have been accused of being the Uncle Toms of the lesbian movement. I think I get what they're trying to say though. Yeah. In this book, I break with past attempts in feminism and queer theory to dismiss femininity by characterizing it as artificial or performance. Instead, I argue that certain aspects of femininity, as well as masculinity, are natural and can both precede socialization and supersede biological sex. For these reasons, I believe it is negligent for feminists to only focus on those who are female bodied, or for transgender activists to only talk about binary gender norms. No form of gender equity can ever truly be achieved until we first work to empower femininity itself. Perhaps the most difficult issue is that I have had to contend with Perhaps the most difficult issue that I have had to contend with in writing this book is the varied backgrounds of the audiences I am hoping to reach. Some readers may be transsexual themselves or may be very active in the transgender community, but may not be tuned into the many discourses about gender and transsexuality that exist in academia, clinical settings, feminism, or queer politics. Others may take an interest in this book from a women's, queer, or gender studies perspective, being familiar with what non-trans academics have had to say about trans people, but without ever having been exposed to a transsexual woman's take on these many dialogues and debates. Still others may be completely new to the subject, having picked up the book because they want to learn more about transsexuality, how to be a trans ally, or because they have a particular interest in the subjects of femininity and or sexism. For me, it has certainly been a challenge to write a substantial book about such complex topics that can simultaneously be easily understood and enjoyed by audiences who so greatly differ in their prior knowledge and their presumptions. Okay. Oh, okay. I can do it. I can do it. Yes! Everything for the strawberry. I forgot to switch the stream window. Whoops. It's gonna happen a bunch probably. It's okay, you're not here for Celeste, right? You're here for the book, right? Okay. Progress, finally. No! Remember when I said I thought I wouldn't die on the first stage? The fucking strawberries. It's the fucking strawberries doing me in. Uh, reading. There we go. It's the first stage. You haven't played Celeste? Okay. Um, understand that I've played Celeste a fuck ton and I'm very good at the game, and I still die in the first stage trying to get the strawberries. Dying just happens a lot in the game, and it's very forgiving. Unless, of course, you set a challenge for yourself where you have to read a fucking book every time you die. While I have written this book in lay language and with a general audience in mind, the use of transgender specific or related jargon is unavoidable. I've not only had to define a lot of pre existing terms for those who are new to this subject, but redefine or even create new terms to clear up confusion and fill gaps left by the strange hodgepodge of clinical, academic, and activist language typically used to describe transgender people and experiences. While creating new terms can potentially be disconcerting to readers at first, I feel that it is necessary for addressing and challenging the many assumptions that are commonly made about gender and trans women. Trans Woman Manifesto, which follows this introduction, is the piece I've chosen to set the stage for many of the ideas put forward in this book. It is followed by Part 1, Trans/Gender Theory, which focuses largely on depictions and representations of transsexuals in the media, medicine and psychiatry, social sciences, academic, gender studies, and queer feminist politics. Because transsexuals make up a relatively small percentage of the population and have little to no power or voice in these fields, non-transsexual depictions regularly stand in or trump the perspectives and experiences of actual transsexuals. This is highly problematic, as many of these depictions are sensationalizing, sexualizing, and or outright hostile. Other depictions are not intended to be blatantly demeaning, Yet they still have a drastic negative impact on the life of transsexuals because they frame transsexuality in terms of non-trans people's assumptions and interests. This forces transsexuals to describe ourselves and our experiences in terms of non-trans terminology and values, which inevitably place us in a subordinate position, i.e., non-transgenders are seen as normal, natural, and unquestionable, whereas transsexual genders are presumed to be abnormal, artificial, and perpetually in question and open to interpretation. This also has the rather dubious consequence of positioning non-trans people who merely study transsexuality as quote-unquote experts who somehow understand transsexuals better than we understand ourselves. I spend a great deal of this section debunking non-trans representations of transsexuality because they effectively silence trans people's political voices and prevent us from describing our lives the way we see and experience them. Of course, it is impossible to discuss such issues without having to grapple with another gender binary of sorts, that between gender essentialists who believe that women and men represent two mutually exclusive categories, each born with certain inherent non-overlapping traits, and social constructionists who believe that gender differences are primarily or exclusively the result of socialization and binary gender norms. For this reason, I have included. Jeez, that's a long sentence. For this reason, I have included my own view of gender in this section, one that accommodates my experiences both as a trans person and as a practicing biologist, one that acknowledges that both intrinsic and extrinsic factors help to shape the way we come to experience and understand our own genders. Okay. I don't really want to split a paragraph in the first sentence. Okay. Let me get that berry. Yes. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. I vastly underestimated how much I die in this game. Okay. 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 Okay.
Yummy Slurpee.
Thank you.
Yummy Snack.
Okay. I'm gonna eat the snack after I finish reading because I don't want to interrupt the reading part too much. Just have like an awkward silence. Part 2 Trans Women, Femininity, and Feminism brings together my experiences and observation pre, during, and post transition to discuss the many ways fear, suspicion, and dismissiveness towards femininity shape societal attitudes towards trans women and influence the way trans women often come to view ourselves. In the last two chapters of this book, I bring together several of the main themes in this book to suggest new directions for gender-based activism. In chapter 19, Putting the Feminine Back into Feminism, I make the case that feminist activism and theory would be best served by working to empower and embrace femininity. Sorry. Rather than eschewing or deriding it, as it often has in the past. Such an approach would allow feminism to both incorporate transgender perspectives and reach out to the countless feminine identified women who have felt alienated by the movement in the past. And in Chapter 20, The Future of Queer/Trans Activism, I show how certain taken for granted beliefs and assumptions that are prevalent in contemporary queer and transgender theory and politics ensure that trans women's perspectives and issues will continue to take a back seat to those of other queers and transgender people. I argue that rather than focusing on shattering the gender binary, a strategy that invariably pits gender conforming and gender non conforming people against one another, we work to challenge all forms of gender entitlement, i.e., when a person privileges their own perceptions, interpretations, and evaluations of other people's genders over the way that those people understand themselves. After all, the one thing that all forms of sexism share, whether they target females, queers, transsexuals, or others, is that they all begin with placing assumptions and value judgments onto other people's gender, bodies, and behaviors. Okay. Snack time. Okay. Mm. Oh my god. This manifesto calls for the end of scapegoating, deriding, and dehumanizing of trans women everywhere. For the purposes of this manifesto, trans woman is defined as any person who was assigned a male sex at birth, but who identifies and or lives as a woman. No qualification should be placed on the term trans woman based on a person's ability to pass as female, her hormone levels, or the state of her genitals. After all, it is downright sexist to reduce any woman, trans or otherwise, down to her mere body parts, or to require her to live up to a certain societally dictated ideals regarding appearance. Perhaps no sexual minority is more maligned or misunderstood than trans women. As a group, we have been systematically pathologized by the medical and psychological establishment, sensationalized and ridiculed by the media, marginalized by mainstream lesbian and sex. Ooh, what am I reading? Marginalized by mainstream lesbian and gay organizations, dismissed by certain segments of the feminist community, and in too many instances been made the victims of violence at the hands of men who feel that we somehow threaten their masculinity and heterosexuality. Rather than being given the opportunity to speak for ourselves on the very issues that affect our own lives, trans women are instead treated more like research subjects. Others place us under their microscopes, dissect our lives, and assign motivations and desires to us that validate their own theories and agendas regarding gender and sexuality. Trans women are so ridiculed and despised because we are uniquely positioned at the intersection of multiple binary gender-based forms of prejudice: transphobia, cissexism, and misogyny. Transphobia is an irrational fear of, aversion to, or discrimination against people people whose gendered identities, appearances, or behaviors deviate from societal norms. In much the same way that homophobic people are often driven by their own repressed homosexual tendencies, transphobia is first and foremost an expression of one's own insecurity about having to live up to cultural gendered ideals. What do you mean repressed homosexual tendencies? I don't know about that one. The fact that transphobia is so rampant in our society reflects the reality that we place an extraordinary amount of pressure on individuals to conform to all of the expectations, restrictions, assumptions, and privileges associated with the sex they were assigned at birth. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I wonder the strawberries we can get. Oh, it doesn't tell me? Okay. Thought you were going to keep with bicycle, just realized that you turned off that album. Yeah, I don't like playing music while doing gameplay, and especially while I'm trying to read a book. God damn it. God damn it. Fucking okay. Oh. My voice is already starting to tire out. I'm not used to long sections of like talking and reading. I usually have music on things, so that's why I understand. Yeah. Wait, did I switch? Yeah, okay. Um, it's interesting that they have like a distinction between transgender people and transsexuals in this. While all transgender people experience transphobia, transsexuals additionally experience a related, albeit distinct form of prejudice, cissexism. What exactly is the distinction here between transsexuals and transgender people? that they make, because that's not one I'm familiar with. It feels a little outdated. Let's just keep. Transsexuals also experience a related, albeit distinct, form of prejudice, cissexism, which is the belief that transsexuals' identified genders are inferior to or less authentic than those of cissexuals, i.e., people who are not transsexual and who have only ever experienced their subconscious and physical sexes as being aligned. I believe she explains it later. Okay. The most common expression of cissexism occurs when people attempt to deny the transsexual the basic privileges that are associated with the trans person's self-identified gender. Common examples include purposeful misuse of pronouns or insisting that the trans person use a different public restroom. The justification for this denial is generally founded on the assumption that the trans person's gender is not authentic because it does not correlate with the sex they were assigned at birth. In making this assumption, cis-sexists attempt to create an artificial hierarchy by insisting that the trans person's gender is fake. They attempt to validate their own gender as real or natural. This sort of thinking is extraordinarily naive, as it denies a basic truth. We make assumptions every day about other people's genders without ever seeing their birth certificates, their chromosomes, their genitals, their reproductive system, their childhood socialization, or even their legal sex. There is no such thing as a real gender. There is only the gender we experience ourselves as the gender we perceive others to be. There's only the gender we experience ourselves as and the gender we perceive others to be. Okay. While often different in practice, cissexism, transphobia, and homophobia are all rooted in oppositional sexism, which is the belief that female and male are rigid, mutually exclusive categories, each possessing a unique and non-overlapping set of attributes, aptitudes, abilities, and desires. Oppositional sexists attempt to punish or dismiss those of us who fall outside of gender or sexual norms, because our existence threatens the idea that women and men are opposite sexes. This explains why bisexuals, lesbians, gays, transsexuals, and other transgender people who may experience their genders and sexualities in very different ways are so often confused or lumped into the same category, i.e., queer, by society at large. Our natural inclinations to be attracted to the same sex, to identify as the other sex, and or to express ourselves in ways typically associated with the other sex, blur the boundaries required to maintain the male-centered gender hierarchy that exists in our culture today. There we go. Let's keep going. Let's not keep going. Let's not keep going. Let's not keep going. Let's torture ourselves forever. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Covering. In addition to the rigid, mutually exclusive gender categories established by oppositional sexism, the other requirement for maintaining a male-centered gender hierarchy is to enforce traditional sexism, the belief that maleness and masculinity are superior to femaleness and femininity. Traditional and oppositional Traditional and oppositional sexism work hand in hand to ensure that those who are masculine have power over those who are feminine, and that only those born male will be seen as authentically masculine. For the purposes of this manifesto, the word misogyny will be used to describe this tendency to dismiss and deride femaleness and femininity. Just as all transgender people experience transphobia and cissexism to a different extent, depending on how often, obvious, or out we are as transgender, we experience misogyny to different extents too. This is most evident of the fact that, while there are many different types of transgender people, our society tends to single out trans women and others on the male to female (MTF) spectrum for attention and ridicule. This is not merely because we transgress binary gender norms per se, but because we, by necessity, embrace our femaleness and femininity. Indeed, more often than not, it is our expressions of femininity and our desire to be female that become sensationalized, sexualized, and trivialized by others. While trans people on the female to male spectrum, FDM, face discrimination for breaking gender norms, i.e., oppositional sexism, their expressions of maleness or masculinity themselves are not targeted for ridicule. To do so would require one to question masculinity itself. When a trans person is ridiculed or dismissed for not merely for failing to live up to gender norms before they mosquito. A mosquito in front of my screen. Before their expressions of femaleness or femininity, they become the victims of a specific form of discrimination: trans misogyny. Let me reread that. When a trans person is ridiculed or dismissed not merely for failing to live up to gender norms, but for their expressions of femaleness and femininity, they become the victims of a specific form of discrimination: trans misogyny. When the majority of jokes made at the expense of trans people center on men wearing dresses or men who want their penises cut off, that is not transphobia, it is trans misogyny. When the majority of violence and sexual assaults committed against trans people is directed at trans women, that is not transphobia, it is trans misogyny. When it's okay for women to wear men's clothing, but when men who wear women's clothing can be diagnosed with a psychological disorder, transvestic fetishism, that is not transphobia, it is trans misogyny. I have never heard of this term. Oh my god. How far we have come. Transvestic fetishism. I fucking hate psychiatrists. When women's or lesbian organizations and events open their door to trans men but not to trans women, that is not transphobia, it is trans misogyny. In a male-centered gender hierarchy where it is assumed that men are better than women and that masculinity is superior to femininity, there is no greater perceived threat than the existence of trans women, who, despite being born male and inheriting male privilege, choose to be female instead. They should automatically redirect people to the link of this book before they are allowed to make a Tumblr account. I mean, you can read it for free. Like, I'm reading it for free on that website. Transreads.org. I should put a link on in the description or something. But the description? There's no fucking description. It's a stream. In chat. Here we go. Um, Oh, I could pin it. Oh, I've never actually used that. Okay. God, my voice needs a break actually already. Uh, fuck. What are we doing? There we go. You're right, this should be required reading for Tumblr users. I think it should be required reading for Tumblr staff, even. Okay, okay. We made it. Oh, okay. This memorial dedicated to those who perished on the climb. I don't need a burger on the grave, Jesus.
Yummy Slurpee.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna call it break time even. 20 out of 20. Oh, I've got up all of them. Oh, yeah. God, that's only 9 deaths. That was only 9 deaths. That was only 9 pages. Oh my fucking god. We're at page 16 of 315, and if I remember correctly, about the 40 last pages or so aren't really worth reading. There's notes. Okay, I'm gonna call a break time. I need to rest my voice a little bit. I'll be back. Dog music. Whoop. Okay, how are y'all holding up so far? I'm doing pretty okay. That's good. Want to grab a snack. That's good. I think my voice is a bit better. Ugh. I think I'm about ready to start against the next stage. Let's turn on the Celeste sound. There we go. Chapter 2, Old Site. Darn fucking ready. Structurally speaking, this is kind of like those games where you get like limited attempts to like play the game per day. You have to like sit and wait in a fucking countdown timer. Oh, I almost died. Well, how did I almost fuck that up? Straub. Huh. First try, baby! Wouldn't it be fucked up if this is the stage I beat Deathless? It's probably not gonna happen. I remember it being really hard when I actually accomplished that. But it would be fucked up. God, I don't remember this stage at all. Like this part of the stage, I mean. Oh, come on. What? Okay. You know what? I'll just skip the cutscenes. I don't feel like not reading them and then just skipping through them anyways. Oh. Well, then I don't remember how you get there. Unless I just missed. Well, back to reading. There we go. By embracing our own femaleness and femininity, we, in a sense, cast a shadow of doubt over the supposed supremacy of maleness and masculinity. In order to lessen the threat we pose to the male centered gender hierarchy, our culture, primarily via the media, uses every tactic in its arsenal of traditional sexism to dismiss us. 1. The media hyperfeminizes us by accompanying stories about trans women with pictures of us putting on makeup, dresses, and high-heeled shoes in an attempt to highlight the supposed frivolous nature of our femaleness, or by portraying trans women as having derogatory feminine-associated character traits, such as being weak, confused, passive, or mousy. 2. The media hypersexualizes us by creating the impression that most trans women are sex workers or sexual deceivers, and by asserting that we transition for primarily sexual reasons, e.g., to prey on innocent straight men or to fulfill some kind of bizarre sex fantasy. Such depictions not only belittle trans women's motives for transitioning, but implicitly suggests that women as a whole have no worth beyond their ability to be sexualized. 3. The media objectifies our bodies by sensationalizing sex reassignment surgery and openly discussing our man-made vaginas, without any of the discretion that normally accompanies discussions of genitals. Further, those of us who have not had surgery are constantly being reduced to our body parts, whether by the creators of tranny porn. Oh, I don't feel good saying that. Whether by the creators of T-slur porn, who overemphasize and exaggerate our penises, thus distorting trans women into she-males and chicks with dicks. or by other people who have been so brainwashed by phallocentrism that they believe the mere presence of a penis can trump the femaleness of our identities, our personalities, and the rest of our bodies. Because anti-trans discrimination is steeped in traditional sexism, it is not simply enough for trans activists to challenge binary gender norms, i.e., oppositional sexism. We must also challenge the idea that femininity is inferior to masculinity, and that femaleness is inferior to maleness. In other words, by necessity, trans activism must be at its core a feminist movement. Some might consider this contention controversial. Over the years, many self-described feminists have gone out of their way to dismiss trans people and in particular trans women, often resorting to many of the same tactics, hyperfeminization, hypersexualization, and objectification of our bodies, that the mainstream media uses against us. There we go. We all good. Not asleep. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. I'm just. Those deaths happen so quickly in this game. These pseudo-feminists proclaim women can do anything men can, then ridicule trans women for any perceived masculine tendency we may have. They argue that women should be strong and unafraid of speaking our minds, then tell trans women that we act like men when we voice our opinions. They claim that it is misogynistic when men create standards and expectations for women to meet. Then they dismiss us for not meeting their standard of woman. These pseudo-feminists consistently preach feminism with one hand while practicing traditional sexism with the other. Had like the term TERF been coined yet by this point? I don't know. This was 2007. I could probably actually look that up. TERF. Michigan Women's Musical Festival. Yeah, I don't know. TERF, Oxford English Dictionary. Oh, fuck yeah. I lost it. (2008). Okay, it's in the Oxford English Dictionary. 2008. A feminist whose advocacy of women's rights excludes or is thought to exclude the rights of transgender women. More generally, a person whose views on gender identity are considered hostile to transgender people, or who opposes social and political policies designed to be inclusive of transgender people. Coined in 2008, which is only a year after this. Only a year after this book came out. It's kind of interesting thinking about how relatively recent this stuff is. Like, I was alive when this shit happened. Right. But, like, the book, the behavior she's describing here is like word for word, so much stuff that I've seen like turfs do. It is time for us to take back the word feminism from these pseudo feminists, these turfs. I feel like pseudo feminist basically means turf in this book. After all, as a concept, feminism is much like the ideas of democracy or Christianity. Each has a major tenet at its core, yet there are a seemingly infinite number of ways in which those beliefs are practiced. Just as some forms of democracy and Christianity are corrupt and hypocritical, while others are more just and righteous, we trans people must join allies of all genders and sexualities to forge a new type of feminism, one that understands that the only way for us to achieve true gender equity is to abolish both oppositional sexism and traditional sexism. It is no longer enough for feminism to fight solely for the rights of those born female. That strategy has furthered the prospects of many women over the years, but now it bumps up against a glass ceiling that is partly its own making. Though the movement worked hard to encourage women to enter previously male-dominated areas of life, many feminists have been ambivalent at best and resistant at worst to the idea of men expressing or exhibiting feminine traits and moving into certain traditionally female realms. And while we credit previous feminist movements for helping to create a society where most sensible people would agree with the statement, women and men are equals, we lament the fact that we remain light years away from being able to say that most people believe that femininity is masculinity's equal. Instead of attempting to empower those born female by encouraging them to move away from femininity, we should instead learn to empower femininity itself. We must stop dismissing it as artificial or as a performance, and instead recognize that certain aspects of femininity and masculinity as well transcend both socialization and biological sex. Otherwise, there would not be feminine boy and masculine girl children. We must challenge all who assume that feminine vulnerability is a sign of weakness. For when we open ourselves up, whether it be by honestly communicating our thoughts and feelings or expressing our emotions, it is a daring act, one that takes more courage and inner strength than the alpha male facade of silence and stoicism. Yeah, like even if some of the terms in the book are outdated, like the things it's describing already have a lot of relevance to today. Part of that is just because it's not that old of a book. But it's also really interesting to see how like trans language has developed so quickly over such a relatively short time period. Like it's just under like 20 years ago or something. Oh, I missed the strawberry. Oh, here comes the long one, I think. I missed another strawberry. No. It must have this end bit at some point. Okay, I think we're good. No! Okay. Got a good run. Um, we must challenge all those who insist that women who act or dress in a feminine manner take on a submissive or passive posture. For many of us, dressing or acting feminine is something we do for ourselves, not for others. It is a way of reclaiming our own bodies and fearlessly expressing our own personalities and sexualities. It is not us who are guilty of trying to reduce our bodies to mere playthings, but rather those who foolishly assume that our feminine style is a signal that we sexually subjugate ourselves to men. In a world where masculinity is assumed to present strength and power, those who are butch and boyish are to contemplate their identities within the relative safety of those connotations. In contrast, those of us who are feminine are forced to define ourselves on our own terms and develop our own sense of self-worth. It takes guts, determination, and fearlessness for those of us who are feminine to lift ourselves up out of the inferior meanings that are constantly being projected onto us. If you require any evidence that femininity can be more fierce and dangerous than masculinity, all you need to do is ask the average man to hold your handbag or a bouquet of flowers for a minute, and watch how far away he holds it from his body. Or tell him that you would like to put your lipstick on him and watch how fast he runs off in the other direction. In a world where masculinity is respected and femininity is regularly dismissed, it takes an enormous amount of strength and confidence for any person, whether female or male bodied, to embrace their feminine self. You must always hold that first swag for feminism. Okay.
Yummy snack.
Okay. Right, I'll leave something after reading. But it is not enough for us to empower femaleness and femininity. We must also stop pretending that there are essential differences between women and men. This begins with the acknowledgement that there are no exceptions to every gender rule and stereotype, and this simply stated fact disproves all gender theories that purport female and male mutually exclusive categories. We must move away from pretending that women and men are opposite sexes, because when we buy into that myth, it establishes a dangerous precedent. For if men are big, then women must be small, and if men are strong, then women must be weak. And if being butch is to make yourself rock solid, then being femme becomes allowing yourself to be malleable. And if being a man means taking control of your own situation, then being a woman becomes living up to other people's expectations. When we buy into the idea that female and male are opposites, it becomes impossible for us to empower women without either ridiculing men or pulling the rug out from under ourselves. Okay, I'm going to read this extra bit as well. It is only when we move away from the idea that there are opposite sexes and let go of the culturally derived values that are assigned to expressions of femininity and masculinity that we may finally approach gender equity. By challenging both oppositional and traditional sexism simultaneously, we can make the world safe for those of us who are queer, those of us who are feminine, and those of us who are female, thus empowering people of all sexualities and genders. Oh wow, it's a whole free page. Okay. Yummy snack. Yummy snack time. Fat deer in chat. Okay. Interestingly, a lot fewer deaths. Um, no, that was the first big difficulty spike. The Celestial Resort. More fat deer in chat. I think I'm just gonna head right in. Oh, hey, the only chapter which I actively don't like. I think it has the best soundtrack. But especially the end, where you have to, like, fight Mr. Oshiro or avoid him. I hate that part. Let me do a little tricks. Let me do some tricks. Am I having internet problems? I hope not. Oh god, I am. Are we back on? I think we're back on. Oh my god, I did get internet problems. It did cut out. Fucking damn it. Oh boy. That's not fun. Okay. So it turns out my internet is still cutting out. Even though I thought I fixed that issue. We are back on, I think. And hopefully we won't get any more issues. Oh, that's really fucking annoying. I think it's back on track now. Okay, good. What's really annoying about it for me is that when I get internet issues and it cuts out completely, the stream basically restarts. And what that means is that the VOD gets split up. And for this particular stream, I really didn't want that to happen for obvious reasons, I think. Yeah, I know the stream's going to be split. For the VODs, I don't know. I guess I'll just upload them separately, depending on how many more internet issues are going to be. Ah, there we go. There we go. I think every time I've died, I've been going for a strawberry. Okay, maybe not, but at least most of the time. Still says 2 hours for you. Interesting. Uh, most non-trans people are unfamiliar with the words that the transgender community uses. Transgender community use to describe ourselves, our experiences, and our most pressing issues. Books and websites that discuss transgenderism and transsexuality often include some kind of glossary, where these terms are laid out and defined in nice, orderly, alphabetical fashion. However, a potential problem with the glossary approach is that it gives the impression that all of these transgender related words and phrases are somehow written in stone, indelibly passed down from generation to generation. This is most certainly not the case. Many of the terms used these days to describe transgender people did not exist a decade ago. Conversely, many of the terms that were commonly used a decade ago are now considered to be out of fashion, outdated, or even offensive to many people in the transgender community. Even the terms that are frequently Even the terms that are used frequently today are regularly disputed, as individual transgender people may define words in a slightly different manner or have aesthetic or political preferences for certain words over others. So, in lieu of a glossary, I will use this chapter to define many of the transgender specific terms that used throughout this book and explain why I chose these particular words and phrases rather than others. It is difficult to talk about people who are transsexual and transgender without first defining the words sex and gender. Sex commonly refers to whether a trans person is physically female and or male, because the psychological traits that we most often take into account when describing sex are biological in origin, e.g., sex chromosomes, hormones, reproductive systems, genitals, and so forth. There is a tendency to see sex as being a natural aspect of gender. However, this is not quite the case. Cultural expectations and assumptions play a large role in shaping how we determine and consider sex. For example, in our culture, such assumptions are very genital-centric. A person's sex is assigned at birth based on the presence or absence of a penis. Thus, our genitals play a far more important role in determining our legal sex than do our chromosomes, which in most cases are never actually examined, or our reproductive capacity. After all, a woman can have a hysterectomy, or a man can have a vasectomy without changing or nullifying their legal sex. Indeed, the fact that we even have a legal sex demonstrates that society greatly shapes our understanding of sex. Thus, throughout this book, I will use the word sex primarily to refer to a person's physical femaleness or maleness, but I will also sometimes use it to refer to logical and but I will also sometimes use it to refer to the social and legal classes that are associated with one's physical sex. Ah! That strawberry. Fuck. Seems so easy. Oh, okay. The word gender is regularly used in a number of ways. Most commonly, it's used in a manner that's indistinguishable from sex, i.e., to describe whether a person is physically, socially, and legally male and or female. Other people use the word gender to describe a person's gender identity, whether they identify as female, male, both, or neither. Their gender expression and gender roles, whether they act feminine, masculine, both, or neither, or the privileges, assumptions, expectations, and restrictions they face due to the sex others perceive them to be. Because of the many meanings infused into it, I will use the word gender in a broad way to refer to various aspects of a person's physical or social sex. Their sex-related behaviors, the sex-based class system they are situated within, or, in most cases, some combination thereof. Now that we understand sex and gender, we can begin to consider the word transgender, which is perhaps one of the most confusing and misunderstood words in the English language. While the word originally had a more narrow definition, since the 1990s, it has been used primarily as an umbrella term to describe those who defy societal expectations and assumptions regarding femaleness and maleness. This includes people who are transsexual, those who live as members of the sex other than the one they were assigned at birth. Intersex, those who are born with a reproductive or sexual anatomy that does not fit the typical definitions of female or male. And genderqueer, those who identify outside the male-female binary, as well as those whose gender expression differs from their anatomical or perceived sex, including cross-dressers, drag performers, masculine women, feminine men, and so on. Yeah, under this definition, I would be considered transgender, I guess. I don't know about that. Interesting how terms change. I will also sometimes use synonyms that. I will also sometimes use the synonymous term gender variant to describe all people who are considered by others to deviate from societal norms of femaleness and maleness. It's really interesting how terminology changes. Actually, wow. Like less than 2 decades ago, like I guess the idea of a feminine man would have been considered some form of changed gender. But like nowadays, when you say transgender, you would be talking about what she refers to as transsexuals, right? People who transition in gender from one to another. People who, you know, are no longer the gender they were assigned at birth. Right, which would include a lot of non-binary people. It would include, trans women and trans men, trans masks, trans femmes. It would not include me. Right? But under this definition, like, non-binary people would be considered transgender, but they might not be considered transsexual, which is, again, very different from today. God, that's weird. That's really interesting. That was 2007. That wasn't that long ago. I really feel like the 2010s. Oh. Hey, it's at Plytos from Tumblr. I'm working soon, so I can't stay long, but I saw you were doing this, and I just wanted to pop in and say this is the coolest stream idea I've ever seen, Lamal. Oh, thank you very much. It was a kind of silly idea I had in mind like a couple months ago, but I'm committing to it. And so far, this is, I don't know, not the most fun stream I've ever had for me, but I'm hoping it's fun for an audience at least. I'm doing it for an audience. And for that reason, it's still fun for me. It's a lot of reading, and my voice is starting to wear out. It's punishment for hurting a trans girl. For the audience. For me. For who? For me, it's punishment for not fucking reading books for years. Madeline. Oh, of course. I did do a sprite replacement, so now I'm the one on the mountain, but sure. Ooh. Ah. It is me. I did so many sprites. This is the whole sprite replacement mod has been like a several years long project. That may be exaggerating a little bit how much work it actually was, but it was still a lot of work. I don't work on it like constantly or whatever. I'm missing so many strawberries. Okay. Okay. The far-reaching inclusiveness of the word transgender was purposefully designed to accommodate the many gender and sexual minorities who were excluded from the previous feminist and gay rights movement. God, I'm like having to. Every time you die, it's feminist. True. Is dying feminist? Okay. I'm having to like remind myself to like not slouch because that makes it less hard on my voice. There we go. The far-reaching inclusiveness of the word transgender was purposefully designed to accommodate the many gender and sexual minorities who were excluded from the previous feminist and gay rights movements. At the same time, its broadness can be highly problematic in that it often blurs or erases the distinctiveness of its constituents. Every page brings Madeline back to life. For example, while male cross-dressers and transsexual men are both male-identified transgender people, these groups face very different set of issues with regards to managing their gender differences. Similarly, drag queens and transsexual women generally have very different experiences and perspectives regarding gender, despite the fact that they are often confused with one another by mainstream society. Thus, the best way to reconcile the nebulous nature of the word is to recognize that it is primarily a political term, one that brings together disparate classes of people to fight for the common goal of ending all discrimination based on sex or gender variance. While useful politically, transgender is too vague a word to imply much commonality between individual people's identities, life experiences, or understanding of gender. Another point that is often overlooked in discussions about transgenderism. Oh wow, I thought that was just a word conservatives used. Another word that is often overlooked in discussions about transgenderism is that many individuals who fall under the transgender umbrella choose not to identify with the term. For example, many intersex people reject the term because their condition is about physical sex, not gender, and the primary issues they face, e.g., non consensual normalizing medical procedures during infancy or childhood, differ greatly from those of the greater transgender community. Similarly, many transsexuals disavow the term because of its anti-transsexual roots, or because they feel that the transgender movement tends to privilege those identities, actions, and appearances that most visibly transgress gender norms. Quote unquote, transgress. This tendency renders invisible the fact that many of us struggle more with issues related to our physical femaleness or maleness than we do with our expressions of femininity or masculinity. Throughout this book, I will use the word trans to refer to people who, to varying degrees, struggle with a subconscious understanding or intuition that there's something wrong with the sex they were assigned at birth, and or who feel that they should have been born as or wish they could be the other sex. It should be noted that some people use the word trans differently, as a synonym or abbreviation for the word transgender. For many trans people, the fact that their appearances or behaviors fall outside of societal gender norms is a very real issue. But one is often seen as secondary to the cognitive dissonance that arises from the fact that their subconscious sex does not match their physical sex. This gender dissonance is usually experienced as a kind of emotional pain or sadness that grows more intense over time, sometimes reaching a point where it can become debilitating. Gender dissonance. Gender dissonance. When was the term gender dysphoria coined? Even like the term gender dysphoria is sometimes disputed. Oh, it was going by the DSM-5. That's cool. The term replaced the previous diagnostic label of gender identity disorder. The International Classification of Diseases uses the term gender incongruence. I'm not really finding like who. It's very interesting to me seeing fucking Wikipedia still talk about gender dysphoria as like a psychiatric thing.
Yummy Slurpee.
Yeah, I need a drink. Orange soda. Not all transgender people have gender dysphoria. I don't know. Fuck you, Wikipedia article about gender dysphoria. You are meaningless to me. Ugh. Okay. I'm still in the early parts of the stage too, so this is gonna be a long one. There are many different strategies that trans people may use to ease their gender dissonance. Perhaps the most common one is trying to suppress or deny one's subconscious sex. Others may allow their subconscious sex to come to the surface occasionally, for example, through either cross-dressing or role-playing. Still others may come to see themselves as bi-gendered, having a mixture of both femininity and masculinity, or femaleness and maleness. Gender fluid, moving freely between genders, or genderqueer, identifying outside of the male-female gender binary. And those of us who make the choice to live as the sex other than the one we were assigned at birth are commonly called transsexuals. Perhaps the most under-acknowledged issue with regards to the transgender community, and one that is a continuing source of both confusion and contention, is the fact that many of the above strategies and identities that trans people gravitate towards in order to relieve their gender dissonance are also shared by people who do not experience any discomfort with regards to their subconscious and physical sex. For example, some male-bodied cross-dressers spend much of their lives wishing they were actually female, while others see their cross-dressing as simply a way to express a feminine side of their personalities. While many drag artists feel themselves primarily as entertainers or enjoy performing and parodying gender stereotypes, some trans people gravitate towards drag because it provides them with a rare opportunity to express aspects of their subconscious sex in a socially sanctioned setting. And while many trans people identify as genderqueer because it helps them make sense of their own experiences of living in a world where their understanding of themselves differs so greatly from the way they are perceived by society, other people identify as genderqueer because, on a purely intellectual level, they question the validity of the binary gender system. Thus, not only do transgender people vary in their perspectives and experiences, but individuals within the same transgender subcategory, whether it be crossdresser, drag artist, genderqueer, etc., may also differ greatly in that it gives them in what drives them to embrace that identity. And while this book primarily focuses on transsexuality, and more specifically on trans women, as that is my experience and perspective, it is not because I believe that transgender people who are not transsexual are any less important or legitimate. Their expressions of gender are just as valid as mine, and the discrimination they may face as a result of those expressions is just as real. It is also crucial for us to recognize that it is equally valid for a trans person to decide to transition and live as the other sex, as it is for them to choose to blur gender boundaries and identify themselves outside the gender binary. There is no one right way to be trans. Each of us simply needs to figure out what works best for us and what allows us to best express who we feel we are. Okay. There we go. Oh, I jumped into that way too quick. Ooh. Ooh. Ah! God, I always miss this platform. I always forget it fucking exists. Oh, I need a moment. I think I'm ending the stream as soon as this stage is over, actually, because wow. I don't know if I can read more than that. Reading. Okay. When discussing transsexuals, it is often necessary to distinguish between those who transition from male to female, or commonly referred to as trans women, and those who transition from female to male, or called trans men. I prefer these terms over others because they acknowledge the lived and self-identified gender of the trans person, i.e. woman or man, while adding the adjective trans as a way to describe one particular aspect of that person's life experience. In other words, trans woman and trans man function in a similar way to the phrases Catholic woman or Asian man. Because many trans people choose to relieve their gender dissonance in ways other than transitioning, I will often use the phrases male to female, MTF, spectrum, and female to male FTM spectrum, to describe all trans people regardless of whether they are genderqueer, transsexual, crossdresser, etc., who experience their gender as being different from or more complex than the gender they were assigned at birth. Sometimes people have a tendency to dismiss or delegitimize trans women's and trans men's gender identities and lived experiences, relegating us to our own unique categories that are separate from woman or man. This strategy is often adopted by non-trans folks who wish to discuss trans people without ever bringing into question their own assumptions and beliefs about maleness and femaleness. An obvious example of this phenomenon is the prevalence of the terms she-males or he-she's and chicks with dicks in reference to trans women. Sometimes attempts to third sex or third gender trans people are more subtle or subconscious than that, such as when people merge the phrase trans woman to make one word, trans woman. She's a trans woman. I don't know. Do you read that differently? Whatever. Being stupid. Or used adjectives MTF and FTM as nouns. For example, Julia Serano is an MTF. I do not identify as male to female. I identify as a woman. These attempts to relegate trans people to third sex categories not only disregard the profoundly felt gender identity of the transsexual in question, but also ignore the very real experiences that trans person has had being treated as a member of the sex that they have transitioned to. Okay, how are we holding up in chat? What are our thoughts on the book so far, maybe? Ugh. When discussing transsexuals' lives, it is important to find words that accurately describe their gendered experiences in both the past and present. Many trans people say they understood themselves to be female or male for most of their lives, despite the fact that it was the sex they were assigned at birth. Therefore, when a trans person transitions, their subconscious sex or gender identity essentially stays the same. Rather, it is their physical sex that changes them, hence the term transsexual. With regards to the trans person's original sex, I will often use the somewhat clunky phrase, the sex or gender they were assigned at birth, to emphasize the non-consensual nature of how we are raised, socialized, and treated by society on the basis of our physical sex. For convenience, I may refer to it as their assigned gender sex or, to a lesser extent, their birth sex. I may refer to the sex that the trans person has transitioned to as their preferred sex, their identified sex, to emphasize the fact that it agrees with their gender identity, or their lived sex, to emphasize the fact that they now live and experience the world as a member of that sex. These are like precursors to the idea of like assigned male at birth, coercively assigned male at birth, right? Like that acronym hasn't caught on yet or doesn't exist yet. It is common for people to assume that being or becoming a transsexual involves some kind of sex change operation. However, this is not necessarily the case. While some transsexuals undergo numerous medical procedures as part of their physical transitions, others either cannot afford or choose not to undergo such procedures. Indeed, attempts to limit the word transsexual to only those who physically transition is not only classist because of the affordability issue, but objectifying, as it reduces all trans people to the medical procedures that have been carried out by their that have been carried out on their bodies. For these reasons, I will use the word transsexual to describe anyone who is currently or is working towards living as a member of the sex other than the one they were assigned at birth, regardless of what procedures they may have had. Further, because there are so many different paths that a transsexual person may take towards living in their identified sex, I will use the word transition to describe the process of changing one's lived sex, rather than in reference to any specific medical procedure. The most common medical procedure for transsexuals to seek out is hormone replacement therapy, which involves taking testosterone in the case of trans men, or taking estrogen and sometimes progesterone in the case of trans women. These are the same sex hormones that kick in during puberty in all people, and they produce many of the same bodily changes in adult transsexuals as they do in adolescents. Some effects are changes in skin complexion and muscle fat distribution, breast growth in trans women, and even voices and facial hair in trans men. These hormone-produced body changes are often referred to as secondary sex characteristics, to distinguish them from so-called primary sex characteristics, such as reproductive organs and genitals. Secondary sex characteristics are the cues that we most often use when we classify adults as being either women or men, which explains why hormone replacement therapy is often sufficient to allow trans people to live unnoticed in their identified sex. Oh boy. Fuck yeah, I love the trash maze. Nah, let's not do that. Oh. Well, there are a number of possible surgeries that a trans person may undertake. The one that seems to capture public imagination, the one that seems to most capture public imagination is sex reassignment surgery, SRS. Actually, didn't know that's what that acronym stood for. Which involves reconstruction of the genitals to better match that of the transsexual's identified sex. Some trans people object to the term SRS and instead prefer alternatives such as genital reassignment surgery, gender confirmation surgery, or bottom surgery, to contrast it with top surgery, the removal or enhancement of breasts. Yeah, that's one thing. Like people always see top surgery in reference to like the removal of breasts, but like, yeah, it would also then refer to the enhancement of breasts. Enhancement. um, Personally, I am not bothered by the technical name of the surgery so much as I am by the fact that it gets so much attention in the media and the general public. After all, as someone who is not a cardiologist nor has ever had a heart condition, I really don't feel any compelling need to know all of the technical names or hear play-by-play accounts of heart surgeries. Nor do I need to know all the specific names and doses of chemotherapies in order to be touched by the story of someone who survived cancer. For this reason, I am rather disturbed by the fact that so many people, who are neither medical professionals nor trans themselves, would want to hear all of the gory details regarding transsexual physical transformations, or would feel that they have any right to ask us about the state of our genitals. It is offensive that so many people feel that it is okay to publicly refer to transsexuals as being pre-op or post-op, when it would so clearly be degrading and meaning to regularly describe all boys and men as being either circumcised or uncircumcised. I mean, they're right. Everybody is one or the other, circumcised or uncircumcised. The two genders. Cut or uncut. While the specific details of transsexual related medical procedures should be readily available for those contemplating sex reassignment, such information is neither relevant nor necessary for one to understand the experiences and perspectives of trans people. So true. After all, while my physical transition occurred primarily over a period of a year and a half, a mere fraction of my life, what has remained constant and pervasive both pre, during, and post transition has been the resistance and prejudice that I have faced from those who are not transgender, those who have become irrationally uncomfortable and disturbed by my gender expression and or female identity, and those who presume that their identified gender is more natural or valid than my own. For this reason, I believe that one cannot begin to fully understand transsexuality without thoroughly examining and critiquing the prejudices and presumptions of the non-transsexual majority. And chat has been really quiet. A little bit concerned. Fat deer, hell yeah. We're alive, bitches. Can we skip that one? Can we pretend that didn't happen? Jesus fucking Christ. Um, So, although I will be discussing transsexuals throughout this book, I will also be spending a great deal of time discussing the beliefs and attitudes common among cissexuals. That is, people who have only ever experienced their subconscious sex and physical sex being aligned. Similarly, people who are not transgender may be described as who are not just transgender may be described as being cisgender. Although I will be using this term less often since the focus of this book is on transsexual women rather than the transgender population as a whole. I prefer these terms, but I occasionally use the synonymous terms non-transsexual and non-transgender. That's usually how I define cis anyways, like cis is just not trans. Right. This section of the book, while important, is mostly explaining terms and stuff, so it's not like theory to be discussed. So maybe that's why Chad is quiet. Yeah, you're probably right. It's still interesting because the book is from 2007 and there's a lot of terms that are a bit different, right? And it's of course very very important to understanding the rest of the book. But yeah, I think you're right. Um, some might feel that all these trans and gender related terms they've introduced are overwhelming or confusing. And others, particularly those in the fields of gender and queer studies, might dismiss much of this language as contributing to a reverse discourse. That is, by describing myself as a transsexual and creating trans specific terms to describe my experiences, I am simply reinforcing the same distinction between transsexuals and cissexuals that has marginalized me in the first place. My response to both of these arguments is the same. I do not believe that transsexuals and cissexuals are inherently different from one another, but vastly different ways in which we are perceived and treated by others, and the way those differences impact our unique physical and social experiences lead many transsexuals to see and understand gender very differently than our cissexual counterparts. And while transsexuals are extremely familiar with cissexual perspectives of gender as they dominate in our culture, most cissexuals remain largely unfamiliar with trans perspectives, using only words that cissexuals are familiar with in order to describe my gendered experiences will be similar to a musician only choosing words that non-musicians understand when describing music. It can be done, but something crucial would surely be lost in translation. Just as musicians cannot fully explain their reaction to a particular song without bringing up concepts such as minor key or time signature, there are certain trans-specific words. I feel like you can tell she's not a musician. Those are really basic music terms. There are certain trans-specific words and ideas that will appear throughout this book that are crucial for me to use in order to precisely convey my thoughts and experiences regarding gender. To have an illuminating and nuanced discussion about my experiences and perspective as a trans woman, we must begin to think in terms and words that accurately describe that experience. Ooh, new part, new chapter. I think this is getting more into like the actual theory part, other than just defining the terms. Like we could say, oh, we don't define it like that anymore, but I don't think we can argue the usefulness of those definitions without reading the rest of the book when she's, using the term she defined. But also I'm not a trans woman, so I might argue in the first place. Yeah, like she's using the terms that were useful for that time period. She's using the terms she found useful I'm never getting past this screen. Oh my god. Oh, I'm never getting past that screen. Oh. Hmm. As a transsexual woman, I am often confronted by people who insist that I am not, nor can I ever be, a real woman. One of the more common lines of reasoning goes something like this: there's more to being a woman than simply putting on a dress. I couldn't agree more. That's why it's so frustrating that people often seem confused because, although I have transitioned to female and live as a woman, I rarely wear makeup or dress in an overly feminine manner. Despite the reality that there are many types of trans women as there are women in general, most people believe that all trans women are on a quest to make ourselves as pretty, pink, and passive as possible. While there are certainly some trans women who buy into mainstream dogma about beauty and femininity, others are outspoken feminists and activists fighting against all gender stereotypes. But you never know it by looking at the popular media, which tends to assume that all transsexuals are male to female and that all trans women want to achieve stereotypical femininity. The existence of transsexuals who transition from one sex to the other and often live completely unnoticed as the sex opposite to the one we were assigned at birth has the potential to challenge the conventional assumption of that the gender differences arise from our chromosomes and genitals in a simple, straightforward manner. We can wreak havoc on such taken for granted concepts of woman and man, homosexual and heterosexual. These terms lose their cut and dried meaning when a person's assigned sex and lived sex are not the same. But because we are a threat to the categories that enable traditional and oppositional sexism, the images and experiences of trans people are presented in media in a way that reaffirms rather than challenges gender stereotypes. Uh, oh my god, okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's not drag this out any longer. I don't need the strawberries. I'm strong. I'm strong. I don't need strawberries. Wasn't the one like all the way over here? Do you have to talk to him before a new one opens up? I forget. Streamer strawberries, get a snack. Fuck! Oh my god. Evil. Evil. Oh. Cool. Okay, if I get a strawberry here, does that mean I get a snack? Promise? No! I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Fuck! I'm gonna strike this snack for me. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yummy snack.
Oh, you're giving me yummy snack anyway. Thank you very much. I'll do it after reading. Trans woman archetypes in the media. Media depictions of trans women, whether they take the form of fictional characters or actual people, usually fall under one of two main archetypes: the deceptive transsexual or the pathetic transsexual. While characters based on both models are presented as having a vested interest in achieving an ultra feminine appearance, they differ in their abilities to pull it off. Because the deceiver successfully passes women, they generally act as an unexpected plot twist, or play the role of sexual predators who fool innocent straight guys into falling for other men. Perhaps the most famous example of a deceiver is the character Dill in the 1992 movie The Crying Game. The film became a pop culture phenomenon primarily because most moviegoers were unaware that Dill was trans until about halfway through the movie. The revelation comes during a love scene between her and Fergus, the male protagonist who has been courting her. When Dill disrobes, the audience, along with Fergus, learns for the first time that Dill is physically male. When I saw the film, most of the men in the theater groaned at this revelation. On screen, Fergus has a similarly intense reaction. He slaps Dill and runs off to the bathroom to vomit. I feel like I'm so glad I never watched movies like that. Like, it feels like a dead trope at this point for some shit like that to happen. Unless it, like, I don't know, whatever. In the 1994 Jim Carrey vehicle, Ace Ventura: Pet Detective features a deceptive transsexual as a villain. Police Lieutenant Louise Einhorn, played by Sean Young, is secretly Ray Finkel, an ex-Miami Dolphins kicker who has stolen the team's mascot as part of a scheme to get back at Dolphins quarterback Dan Marino. The bizarre plot ends when Ventura strips Einhorn down to her underwear in front of about 20 police officers and announces she is suffering from the worst case of hemorrhoids I have ever seen. He then turns her around so that we can see her penis and testicles tucked between her legs. All of the police officers proceed to vomit as the Crying Game's theme song plays in the background. Even though deceivers usually pass as women and are often played by female actors, with the notable exception of Jay Davidson as Dill, these characters are never intended to challenge our assumptions about gender itself. On the contrary, they are positioned as fake women, and their secret trans status is revealed in a dramatic moment of truth. At this moment, the deceiver's appearance, her femaleness, is reduced to a mere illusion, and her secret, her maleness, becomes the real identity. Snack time. I mean, good for my throat. This is way more intensive than I thought it would be on my voice. What? Okay. Okay, let's read. In a tactic that emphasizes their true maleness, deceivers are most often used as pawns to provoke male homophobia in other characters, as well as in the audience itself. This phenomenon is especially evident in the TV talk shows like Jerry Springer, which regularly runs episodes with titles like My Girlfriend's a Guy and I'm Really a Man that feature trans women coming out to their straight boyfriends. On a recent British TV reality show called There's Something About Miriam, 6 heterosexual men court an attractive woman who, unbeknownst to them, is transsexual. The broadcast of the show was delayed for several months because the men threatened to sue the show's producers, alleging that they had been victims of defamation, personal injury, and a conspiracy to commit sexual assault. This is a really interesting piece. This little bit, because it's a thing I see time and time again, where when men are, you know, interested in a woman and then they find out she's trans, it's almost always framed as the men, you know, being the victims of some kind of assault or, defamation, personal injury, and conspiracy to commit sexual assault. Like, it's never a question whether or not the trans woman in question feels violated for, someone so easily thinking of them as a monster the moment they find out they're trans. Yeah, the men paint themselves as victims, but the woman is the one in real danger of a transphobic attack. Right? It's the trans panic defense. It happens over and over and over again. The affair was eventually settled out of court, with each man coming away with a reported of 125,000 British pounds, over 200 US dollars at the time. In the 1970 film adaptation of Gore Vidal's novel Myra Breckenridge, the protagonist is a trans woman who heads out to Hollywood in order to take revenge on traditional manhood and to realign the sexes. This realignment apparently involves raping an ex-footballer with a strap-on dildo, which she does at one point during the movie. The recurring theme of deceptive trans women retaliating against men, often by seducing them, seems to be an unconscious acknowledgement that both male and heterosexual privilege is threatened by transsexuals. Yeah. Honestly, it's specifically these examples that drove the creation of T for T, which started as specifically trans femme for trans femme. Yeah. Yeah, like trans women just existing is seen as a threat to both like malehood, manhood, the idea that like you have some kind of male privilege for being a man because you can always become a woman. That's an option now. That's an undisputable fact that's in front of you now. And it threatens the idea of like heterosexuality to a lot of straight men, I think. And that's why they lash out, I think. They lash out what they don't understand, and it threatens them, and they don't know why. In contrast to the deceivers who wield their feminine wiles with success, the pathetic transsexual characters aren't deluding anyone. Despite her masculine mannerisms in 5 o'clock Shadow, the pathetic transsexual will inevitably insist that she is a woman trapped inside a man's body. The intense contradiction between the pathetic character's gender identity and her physical appearance is often played for laughs, as as in the transition of musician Mark Shub, played as a baritone by Harry Shearer, at the conclusion of 2003's A Mighty Wind. Unlike Deceiver, unlike the Deceivers, whose ability to pass is a serious threat to our culture's idea about gender and sexuality, pathetic transsexuals who barely resemble women at all are generally considered harmless. Perhaps for this reason, some of the most endearing pop culture portrayals of trans women fall into the pathetic category. John Lithgow's Oscar-nominated portrayal of ex-football player Roberta Muldoon in 1982's The World According to Garp, and Terence Stamp's role as the aging showgirl Bernadette in 1994's The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. I would argue that Rocky Horror Picture Show also falls into that, I think, actually. I don't know if it's like an exact version of that trope. I would have to rewatch the movie, and I don't know if I want to do that. But like the idea of, I forget the name of the character even. Fuck. The idea of that character from Rocky Horror Picture Show as being a trans femme who quote unquote isn't fooling anyone, right? Okay. Character is also portrayed as a predator, not harmless. True. It's a weird mix of things. Hey. Ow. Ow! I was talking to a friend about this the other week, and that trans women are seen as both men and women at the same time. Uh, we're seen as women when it comes to things like pay rights being spoken over by men, and the workplace being less trusted, but we're seen as men when it comes to socialization. This is the current discourse, but it means things like violence and anger. Means things like violence and anger. And that's what transmisogyny really means, the ability to suffer from sexism for being women and transphobia for not being women at the same time. Yeah, I think I've heard it described like that a lot, yeah. Um, a lot of transphobia, especially towards trans femmes, is like you're a man or a woman, depending on what is currently easiest to, oppress you with. What's most convenient to be bigoted against today. A reading. Yeah. More recently, in the 1998 indie film The Adventures of Sebastian Cole, begins with its teenage protagonist learning that his stepdad Hank, who looks and acts like a roadie for a 70s rock band, is about to become Henrietta, a sympathetic character and the only stable person in Sebastian's life. Henrietta spends most of the movie wearing floral print nightgowns and bare shoulder tops with tons of jewelry and makeup. Yet despite her extremely femme manner of dress, she continues to exhibit only stereotypical male behaviors, overtly ogling a waitress and punching out a guy who calls her faggot. After which she laments, "I broke a nail." In the case of Henrietta, this extreme combination of masculinity and femininity does not seem to be designed to challenge audiences' assumptions about maleness and femaleness. On the contrary, Henrietta's masculine voice and mannerisms are meant to demonstrate that, despite her desire to be female, she cannot change the fact that she is really and truly a man. Okay, this is like a weird little side tangent, but like, do you know Big Macintosh from My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? There's an episode called Brotherhood Social where like Big Macintosh wants to enter the Sisterhood Social to have something fun to do with his little sister, but like, oh, it's for sisters. So he decides to like dress up as a man, and like the entire episode is just this. Masculine voice and mannerisms are meant to demonstrate that despite her desire to be female or feminine, she cannot change the fact that she is really and truly a man. Like that's it. That's the whole joke of that episode. I can't fucking watch that episode anymore after the last time I watched it because it feels like a play-by-play of every nasty stereotype depiction of trans women. Okay. As with Garp's As with Garp's Roberta and Priscilla's Bernadette, the audience is encouraged to respect Henrietta as a person, but not as a woman. While we are supposed to admire their courage, which presumably comes from the difficulty of living as a woman who do not appear very female. Ooh. We are not meant to identify with them or be sexually attracted to them, as we are to deceivers like Dale. It's also telling that trans men are always portrayed as confused lesbians being drawn in by the gender ideology as if being trans is a disease, where they're victims until they start being a vector. Trans women, however, are always seen as the vectors. Yeah, that's like a particular piece of like turf rhetoric I see and I've heard of a lot. Like, a lot of trans men are seen as like the victims of transgenderism. They are lost lesbians, confused women, right? But like, I don't think I've seen a single fucking turf go to bat for like, I don't know, confused men as being victims of transgenderism, you know? It's the trans misogyny. Trans women are always predators. Trans women are always perpetrators. Trans women are always the ones to blame. Never victims. Ever. The closest thing would be the "let men be feminine" clowns. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, no, you're right. Like, that's the closest bit of like quote unquote victimhood that trans films get from like a TERF perspective, right? I would argue that a certain subsection of vocal detransitioners apply the victim mentality, but only to themselves, as if they're only victims after the fact. I don't know if I know too much about that. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. Interestingly, while the obvious outward masculinity of pathetic transsexual characters is always played off, so too is their lack of male genitalia, or their desire to part with them. In fact, some of the most memorable lines from these movies are uttered when the pathetic transsexual character makes light of their own castration. At one point during Priscilla Bernadette remarks that her parents never spoke to her again after she had the chop. In Garp, when a man is in what kind of fucking name is Garp? What kind of fucking name is Garp? Garp? In Garp, when a man is injured while receiving a blowjob during a car accident, what a way to go out, Roberta delivers the one-liner, I had mine removed surgically under general anesthesia, but to have bitten it off in a big fuck. In the 1994 fictionalized biography Ed Wood, Bill Murray plays another pathetic transsexual Bunny Breckenridge. Is that the second time this last name has come up? After seeing Wood's film Glen or Glenda, Bunny is inspired to go to Mexico to have a sex change. Announcing to Wood, your movie made me realize I've got to take action. Goodbye, penis. Honestly, good for her. The pathetic transsexual's light-hearted comments about having her penis lopped off come in stark contrast to the revelation of the deceiver, who is generally found out by someone in an embarrassing, often violent way. A Freudian might suggest that the deceptive transsexual's dangerous nature is symbolized by the presence of a hidden penis, while the pathetic transsexual's harmlessness is due to a lack thereof. A less phallic interpretation is that the very act of passing makes any trans woman who can do so into a deceiver. Ultimately, both deceptive and pathetic transsexual characters are designed to validate the popular assumption that trans women are truly men. Pathetic transsexuals may want to be female, but their masculine appearances and mannerisms always give them away. And while the deceiver is initially perceived to be a real female, she is eventually revealed as a wolf in sheep's clothing, an illusion that is the product of lies and modern medical technology, and she is usually punished accordingly. I wonder how different this section would be if it came out now after Amelia Perez hit the screens. I don't know who that is. Let me look that up real quick. Oh, that's a film from 2024. The film, it was transphobic slop. Really? Let's check the Wikipedia criticism page. Reviews are positive. '70 out of generally favorable. It's a musical. There a song where they sing penis to vagina? Oh no. Oh no. That's bad. It was criticized for transphobia and racism, but won like a gajillion rewards. Man to woman or woman to man, man to woman from penis to vagina. You can't be fucking serious. Leonard Maltin called the film unique and amazing, writing phrases like game changer and cutting edge. I'm seeing no criticism. Transgender representation. Critics and advocacy organizations from the LGBTQ community have been much more critical. Speaking for NPR's Pop Culture Happy Hour, and critic Rihanna Cruz said that it seemed like the filmmaker was painting trans women as liars. Glad called it a profoundly retrograde portrayal of trans women and a step backward for trans representation. The scene is Amelia's lawyer in Thailand choosing surgeries for Amelia from like a menu, like a restaurant. That's fucking crazy. God. Okay. Fuck, where was I? Oh, I think I finished that page. Okay. Okay, let's try not dying and finishing this fucking stage. Ugh. Like, I really saved the hardest one of these for last. If links are allowed, can I link the fucking scene? It's a lot. Oh, absolutely. You're allowed. Go ahead. I probably won't watch it right away. Huh? Was that an attempt to send the link? Oh, okay. I don't know if links are allowed then. They're probably not. I don't know how to turn that on. Please stream manager. Hang on. God, this is gonna be my longest stream ever. Jesus fucking Christ. Probably better keep them off for spam bot protection. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know if you follow me on Tumblr. Maybe you can send it there. I have my messages open, I'm pretty sure. This strawberry is the single hardest one in the game. I am not fucking getting it. I watched my friend try to get that one for like 30 minutes. It took me about the same time. Ugh! Damn it. Let me check the Tumblr. See if you've sent it.
Yummy snack.
Awesome. You know what I'll do it right now. What I need. There it is. Oh, I'm realizing this is probably copyrighted music, isn't it? Yeah, if I'm gonna watch it, I'm gonna just mute my desktop audio. This is already terrible. Oh, it's bad. Jesus, this is bad. It just as a song, structurally, it's already bad. Vaginoplasty. You know what? This is exactly like Julia described in the book about like the media obsession with medical procedures around trans people, right? My favorite part is when the dog lets off surgery and the lawyer is just, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, no, that sucked. That was really bad. Okay, audio back on. Oh, okay. Right, I was gonna read. Hmm. Um, Something that flies under the radar too is that it presents being trans as being easy and accessible when it really is. Yeah, yeah. You had that impression from the song, even. Like, just the song portrays all of these procedures, and the lawyer's like, yes, yes, get all of them. And there's like one line where they mention how expensive it is. And I'm sure the reason, and I've heard about this before, a lot of trans women do go to trans women in the Imperial Core in Western countries tend to travel to other countries where their money is simply worth more to get certain procedures because it's cheaper there, or because, in the specific example I'm thinking of, in the United Kingdom, certain things just aren't covered for healthcare at all. It invokes the instant all at once transition you see sometimes in media. Sort of, yeah. I don't know about the rest of the movie. But like in real life, transition like takes fucking years. Like some people start looking really feminine in about a year, some take a little longer, and that's just part of, being a person. Some things are just not covered, and we need medical diagnosis to actually get into hormones. Yeah. Like getting all the surgeries at once. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like saying yes to every procedure immediately. Okay. Reading. The fascination with feminization. In virtually all depictions of trans women, whether real or fictional, deceptive or pathetic, the underlying assumption is that the trans woman wants to achieve a stereotypically feminine appearance and gender role. The possibility that trans women are even capable of making a distinction between identifying as female and wanting to cultivate a hyper-feminine image is never raised. In fact, the media often dwells on the specifics of the feminization process, showing trans women putting on their feminine exteriors. It's telling that TV, film, and news producers tend not to be satisfied with merely showing trans women wearing feminine clothes and makeup. Rather, it's in their intent to capture trans women in the act of putting on lipstick, dresses, and high heels, thereby giving the audience the impression that the trans woman's femaleness is an artificial mask or costume. Yeah, this is a line I've heard a lot. That trans women are like woman face akin to blackface, right? It's all this idea that like femininity itself is a mask, which is routinely weaponized against all women, just in general. But for some reason, when a trans woman does it, it's like everyone hates it when she does it. I'd recommend the philosophy video on the NHS. Oh, I've watched that one like twice. I emailed my doctor 133 times because she goes into the fact that diagnosis is so narrow, so we just lie to get it, which reinforces the narrow diagnosis. Yeah, yeah. I'm really interested in the take she has at the end of the video, where like the idea of gender dysphoria itself is kind of fake. It's this lie that trans people have come up with to, get healthcare, but now, they're being given special, different, more inaccessible healthcare for trans people specifically. when a lot of cis people have all of those same procedures and all of those same medicine, like all of it, right? And while I still think that like gender dysphoria is useful to describe an experience, right? As a diagnosis, as a way of segregating trans healthcare, I think you can make the argument that it's not useful, right? So I think I fully agree on we need informed consent like 10 years ago. True. Informed consent and that's it. An excellent example of this phenomena is Trans America, 2005, a buddy road trip movie pairing up trans woman Brie Osborne, played by Felicity Huffman. That's a really cool name, Felicity Huffman. Brie Osborne, played by Felicity Huffman, with a son that she was previously unaware she had. In the opening 5 minutes of the film, we see Brie practicing along with the instructional video finding your female voice, putting on stockings, patting her bra, donning a pink dress suit, painting her nails, also pink, and putting on lipstick, eyeshadow, powder, and other cosmetics. This scene, not coincidentally, is immediately followed by the first dialogue of the movie, where Brie tells a psychiatrist that she's been on hormone replacement therapy for 3 years, has undergone prosthesis, feminine facial surgery, a brow lift, forehead reduction, jaw recontouring, and a tracheal shape. This opening flurry of cosmetic and medical feminization is clearly designed to establish that Brie's female identity is artificial and imitative, and to reduce her transition to the mere pursuit of feminine finery. Throughout the rest of the film, feminine apparel and cosmetics are repeatedly used as a device to highlight Brie's fakeness. There are excessive scenes in which Brie is shown in the act of dressing and undressing, as though her clothing represented some kind of costume. We also see her applying and fixing her makeup nearly every chance she gets, and it is difficult not to view the thick layers of foundation she constantly wears as a mask that is hiding the real, undoubtedly more masculine Brie underneath. Okay, game time. For the film part, I can't watch the stream about the sound right now. It seems like a sort of, well, it's boring if the character is already a woman situation. Yeah. I'm gonna be responding in sound. I'll type it in the chat, actually. If you're talking about the film we discussed earlier, I noted it was similar to how the book describes media's obsession with medical procedure. There we go. I'll leave it at that. Oh, I'm being so dangerous right now. No! Damn it. Reading. While many MTF crossdressers often wear heavy makeup to cover their beard shadow, A trans woman like Brie, who has already undergone electrolysis and had been on hormones for 3 years, would not need to do this. Indeed, the fact that her foundation begins to develop a sheen from perspiration at several points in the movie, and that she stumbles in her high heels more than one occasion, faux pas that never seem to afflict cis-sexual women in Hollywood, makes it clear that the filmmakers purposefully use these female accessories as props to portray Brie as doing female rather badly. Um, and they certainly succeeded, as Felicity Huffman comes off seeming infinitely more contrived than the several real life trans women, such as Andrea James and Calpurnia Adams, who appear briefly in the film. Felicity Huffman. Good name. The media's willingness to indulge the audience's fascination with the surface trappings that accompany the feminization of men also tarnishes non-fiction and serious attempts to tell the stories of trans women. For example, the 2004 New York Times article, "As Repression Eases, More Iranians Change Their Sex," is not sensationalistic, describing the rise of transsexual rights in Iran. Yet, one of the two photos that accompany the piece depicts an Iranian trans woman putting on lipstick. In 2003, the Oprah Winfrey Show aired a two-part special on transsexual women and their wives. The entire first episode featured a one-on-one interview with Jennifer Finley Boylan, author of the biography She's Not There: A Life in Two Genders. While Oprah Winfrey's conversation with Boylan was respectful and serious, the show nonetheless opened with the predictable scenes of women putting on eye makeup, lipstick, and shoes, and the interview itself was interspersed with before pictures of Boylan, as if to constantly remind us that she's really a man underneath it all. By my comment, I was trying to get at like the portrayal of trans femininity in film as a spectacle for cis audiences. Yes, that's very much what this part of the text is also talking about. Yeah. Mass media images of biological males dressing and acting in a feminine manner could potentially challenge mainstream notions of gender, but the way they are generally presented in these feminization scenes ensures that this never happens. The media neutralizes the potential threat that transfemininities. The media neutralizes the potential threat that transfemininities pose to the category of woman by playing to the audience's conscious belief that femininity itself is artificial. After all, while most people assume that women are naturally feminine, they also rather hypocritically require them to spend an hour or two each day putting on their faces and getting all dressed up in order to meet societal standards for femininity. Unlike men, whose masculinity is presumed to come directly from who he is and what he does. Yeah, that this bit is what I was talking about earlier, right? Like, is the biological male's dog whistle that old? Yes. I don't know for sure how old it is, but I feel like it's as old as like the idea of transitioning itself. Like as soon as like medical transition was a thing people could do, I feel like that's probably when the concept of biological males and biological females and whatever the fuck came about, right? Like gender starts being medicalized, we start using pseudoscientific terms to describe it, right? Okay. Okay, let's get through it. Oh my god. We're so close. We're so close to like the final stretch of this fucking chapter. Um, okay. In fact, it's the assumption that femininity is inherently contrived, frivolous, and manipulative that allows masculinity to come off as natural, practical, and sincere by comparison. Thus, the media is able to depict trans women donning feminine attires and accessories without ever giving the impression that they achieve true femaleness in the process. Further, by focusing on the most feminine of articles, the media evokes the idea that trans women are living out some sort of sexual fetish. This sexualization of trans women's motives for transitioning not only belittles trans women's female identities, but encourages the objectification of women as a whole. Of course, what always goes unseen are the great lengths to which producers will go to depict lurid and superficial scenes in which trans women get all dolled up in their pretty clothes and cosmetics. Jean Virago, a San Francisco trans activist, musician, and director of the T-Fest Film Festival, has experienced several such incidents with the local news producers. For instance, when Virago was organizing a forum to facilitate communication between police and the trans community, a newspaper article approached her and other transgender activists to write an article about them. However, the paper was interested not in their politics, but in their transitions. They wanted each of us to include before and after pictures, Shauna said. This pissed me off, and I tried to explain to the writer that before and after stuff had nothing to do with police abuse and other issues, like trans women and HIV, but he didn't get it. So I was cut from the piece. Jesus fucking Christ. A few years later, someone from another paper contacted Virago and asked to photograph her getting ready to go out. I told him I didn't think having a picture of me rolling out of bed and hustling to catch the bus would make for a compelling photo. He said, getting pretty, putting on makeup. I refused, but they did get a trans woman who complied, and there she was, putting on mascara and lipstick and a pretty dress, none of which had anything to do with the article, which was purportedly about political and social challenges the trans community faced. Trans woman Nancy Nangeroni, oh my god, that's a good name. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And her partner Jordine Gordine O. Mackenzie. Another wonderful name. Her partner Gordine O. Mackenzie, who together hosts the radio program Gender Talk, described two similar incidents in one of their programs. In both cases, while they were being filmed, media producers wanted to get footage of the two of them putting on makeup together. Requested Nangeroni and Mackenzie denied. I myself had a similar experience back in 2001. I'll leave that for the next page. It cuts off right there. That page, next time. You're right, this is very, very evergreen. The thing about the putting on makeup is stuff that I've never really seen that much myself, but it makes total sense. Oh my... I keep getting, psyched out for the last jump. Fucking damn it. I myself had a similar experience back in 2001, just before I began taking hormones. A friend arranged for me to meet with someone who was doing a film about the transgender movement. The filmmaker was noticeably disappointed when I showed up looking like a somewhat normal guy, wearing a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. She eventually asked me if I would mind putting on lipstick while she filmed me. I told her that wearing lipstick had nothing to do with the fact that I was transgender or that I identified as female. She shot a small amount of footage anyway, sans lipstick, and said she wouldn't get in touch with me if she decided to use any of it. Never heard back from her. When audiences watch scenes of trans women putting on skirts and makeup, they are not necessarily seeing a reflection of the values of those trans women. They are witnessing TV, film, and news producers' obsession with all objects commonly associated with female sexuality. In other words, the media's and audience's fascination with the feminization of trans women is a byproduct of their sexualization of all women. Can I just get past this? Can I just get past this one? Oh boy.
Yummy Slurpee.
Yeah, I should get a drink. You know what? I'm gonna announce a quick break time because my voice needs to fucking rest. I'll run him back. There we go. I didn't see nothing.
Show me your belly.
Okay. Here you go. What was I about to do? Did I just die or oh, I think I did. I don't remember. Chat, was I about to read or about to play? I already forgot. Play, I think. Okay. That's gaming. I'm gonna just take your word for it. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. The media's transgender gap. There is most certainly a connection between the differing values given to women and men in our culture and the media's fascination with depicting trans women rather than trans men. We're born female but identify as male. Although the number of people transitioning in each direction is relatively equal these days, media coverage would have us believe there is a huge disparity between populations of trans men and trans women. Jameson Green, a trans man who authored a 1994 report that led to the city of San Francisco's decision to extend its civil rights protections to include gender identity, once said this about the media coverage of that event. Several times at the courthouse, when the press was doing interviews, I stood by and listened as reporters inquired who wrote the report. And when I pointed out to them that as the author, I could see them looking right through me, looking past me to find the man in a dress who must have written the report and whom they would want to interview. More than once, a reporter asked me incredulously, "You wrote the report?" They assumed that because of my normal appearance that I wouldn't be newsworthy. Yeah, this is the thing I've seen a lot, right? Like in media, there's like a presentational difference between how often trans men and trans women are talked about. And there's this common belief that there are more trans women than there are trans men when it's about equal. And all of it is to portray trans women as a threat, as numerous, as everywhere, right? It's to make them more of a danger by spotlighting them, right? It's sort of like a thing where, like, if you watch a lot of true crime podcasts, you tend to believe there is more violent crime in the world than there actually is, right? If you constantly report on trans women and constantly point them out, constantly point to them in media, you make them look more like a threat. Right. That's the kind of visibility that trans women get. That's why visibility itself can be violent. Indeed, the media tends to not notice or outright ignore trans men because they are unable to sensationalize them the way they do trans women, without bringing trans without bring, ugh, without bringing masculinity itself into question. And in a world where modern psychology was founded upon teaching that all young girls suffer from penis envy, most people think striving for masculinity seems like a perfectly reasonable goal. Author and sex activist Patrick Califia, who is a trans man, addresses this in his 1997 book Sex Changes: The Politics of Transgenderism. It seems the world is still more titillated by a man who wants to become a woman than by a woman who wants to become a man. The first is scandalous. The first is scandalous. The latter is taken for granted. This reflects the very different levels of privilege men and women have in our society. Of course, women want to be men. The general attitude seems to be, and of course, they can't. Of course, women want to be men. The general attitude seems to be, and of course, they can't. And that's that. Oh, this part is real short. Gaming. There we go. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Once we recognize how media coverage of transsexuals is informed by the different values of our society, the different values our society assigns to femaleness and maleness, it becomes obvious that virtually all attempts to sensationalize and deride trans women are built on a foundation of unspoken misogyny. Since most people cannot fathom why someone would give up male privilege and power in order to become a relatively disempowered female, they assume that trans women transition primarily as a way of obtaining the one type of power that women are perceived to have in society: the ability to express femininity and to attract men. This is why trans women like myself, who rarely dress in an overly feminine manner and or who are not attracted to men, are such an enigma to many people. By assuming that my desire to be female is merely some sort of femininity fetish or a sexual perversion, they are essentially making the case that women have no worth beyond the extent to which they can be sexualized. Oh, thank fucking god. Nope. Fucking out. We're so close. God, we're so close to the end. So close. There we go. Feminist depictions of trans women. There are numerous parallels between the way trans women are depicted in the media and the way that they have been portrayed by some feminist theorists. While many feminists, especially younger ones who came of age in the 1980s and 90s, recognize that trans women can be allies in the fight to eliminate gender stereotypes, other feminists, particularly those who embrace gender essentialism, believe that trans women foster sexism by mimicking patriarchal attitudes about femininity, or that we objectify women by trying to possess female bodies of our own. God, this shit is evergreen. Many of these latter ideas stem from Janice G. Raymond's 1979 book, The Transsexual Empire, The Making of the She-Male. Oh, I think I've heard of this one. Isn't it the one that invented the term autogynephile or something? I might be wrong on that. Which is perhaps the most influential feminist writing on transsexuals. Like the media, Raymond virtually ignores trans men, dismissing them as tokens, and instead focuses almost exclusively on trans women, insisting that they transition in order to achieve stereotypical femininity. She even argues that no, the person who coined autogynephilia was a man, I think. She even argues that most transsexuals conform more to the feminine role than even the most feminine of natural-born women. This fact does not surprise Raymond, since she believes that femininity itself is an art. Blanchard, right? Blanchard is the one who coined the term autogynephile. Ray Blanchard. What a motherfucker. Hope that guy's dead. This fact does not surprise Raymond, since she believes that femininity itself is an artificial byproduct of a patriarchal society. So despite the fact that trans women may attain femininity, Raymond does not believe that they become real women. To emphasize this, she refers to trans women as male-to-constructed females. Jesus Christ. There's this tendency among transphobes, I think, that they love to, like, they love to invent terminology for trans people that is overly complicated, that is not self-explanatory, to like force trans people to fit into like patriarchal ideals, obviously, to force them back into their, assigned roles. But also, I think, as an attempt to make it sound more ridiculous, right? Ray Blanchard is still alive. Kill him. Go, my warriors. I think a lot of this like weird terminology that transphobes construct for trans people basically exists. TERFs these days say Tim and Tiff. Yeah, I know about those terms. Like trans-identified male and trans-identified female, right? Like it's always to force trans people back into their assigned roles, and it's also an attempt to make them sound ridiculous, I think. Raymond does not believe they become real women. To emphasize this, she refers to trans women as male to constructed females and addresses them with masculine pronouns throughout the book. Thus, Raymond builds her case by relying on the same tactics as the media. She depicts trans women as hyperfeminine, in order to make their female identities appear highly artificial, and she hypersexualizes them by playing down the existence of trans people who transition to male. Unlike the media, Raymond does not acknowledge the existence. That's actually a really interesting, like, bit of transphobia, right? Like, I don't know. Like, people don't think of people don't think about attraction to men as much, typically, right? Like, the feminine gender is the sexualized one. She's the gendered subject. She is a sexual object. People don't think about men or being a man as being sexual. So therefore people don't think of trans men as sexual, and by extension also like tend to not take the sexuality of women as seriously because, you know, their attraction is to men, but women exist for men, so their attraction is considered irrelevant, right? Messy explanation maybe, but I think there's something there. Two genders, male and sexual. Yeah, male and sex object, more like, right? Unlike that's also why like trans women are so hypersexualized because they become women, right? But men are supposed to want women, not want to be women. So people think of like the femininity as like a sexual thing, and on top of that, the like male heterosexual desire for femininity, and I feel like I'm tripping over myself, but I think you get what I'm saying. I hope. I'm gonna keep reading. Love being seen as a category on a certain website. Unlike the media, Raymond does not acknowledge the existence of trans women who are not stereotypically feminine. Albeit reluctantly, she writes, I have been very hesitant about devoting a chapter of this book to what I call the transsexually constructed lesbian feminist. Because she believes that lesbian feminists represent a small percentage of transsexuals, a claim that she never verifies. She does not seem inclined to discuss their existence at all, except for the recent debate and divisiveness, the subject, produced within feminist circles. That's another fun little transphobe thing. Like, oh, we don't have to think about them too hard because they're such a tiny, tiny population, right? I feel like people do that about like intersex people as well, right? Like we talk about intersex people in discussions about gender because intersex people have something to add to the idea of sex as being uniquely binaristic, right? They disprove that idea by existing, right? And when you bring that up, a lot of really, really bigoted people will just go like, well, they don't matter because there's not a lot of them. And it's funny because you'd have to dismiss a population the size of like England, like the United Kingdom, even like the whole thing. You'd have to dismiss a population of that size in order to make your framework of gender work. That's fucking insane. We can safely dismiss trans lesbians because, well, I simply imagine there's not a lot of them. Therefore, fuck you, I guess. Ugh. Sorry. Ooh. Sorry. Ooh. Why was that one so much quicker? Okay, there we go. Oh, and that is the end of the stream, almost. I do want to chat a little bit. $20 deaths, Jesus. Uh, we are currently at page 41 of 315. Remember, about 40, 50th pages are not really all that relevant. They're just like notes or forwards or that kind of stuff. I've been on E for 3 years. When is my double jump kick in? You are looking for the wrong ability, is the problem. You need to train your wave dash. It's not quite the same as a double jump. It does look similar and has some of the same benefits, but it's different. I hope it helps. Oh, okay. God, that was a fucking stream. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about this stream itself, I guess. If any of you have any notes this format, how I'm reading, or a commentary about the book itself, especially, I would love to hear about it. We've got about 6 people in chat. My throat is sore. I'll be fine. I don't know. Are you going to keep doing it through the end of the game? Yes. I plan to do this until I finish the book, specifically. That's the end goal here. I might do that before I finish the game, in which case, after I finish the book, I will just finish the game. I might do this after I finish the game, in which case, I don't know. I might play some community made maps. Honestly, book is interesting. I probably should have already read it though. Yeah, I've been meaning to read it for like months. And like in my defense, I don't read much in general. I should be reading more. If this is the way to get me to do that, then this is the way to get me to do that. And if this format is fun, is interesting to people, I want to keep doing it. I think, like, I don't know, for maybe like I could read the Communist Manifesto. I could read Das Kapital. Probably as long as it's like a non-fiction book. This has been super engaging stream, yeah. That's really awesome to hear, yeah. Been meaning to read that one. Das Kapital? Yeah, I have it like tabbed somewhere on my computer as like a bookmark, and I haven't touched it. Like a bunch of books there. I think I've like books on like colonialism, yeah, other stuff. This one just felt relevant because, you know, Pride Month. Yeah, I could do it for Pride Month. We're gonna pretend that July is still Pride Month. Uh, Play a transgender game, play transgender music, and read a book about transfeminism. July is bonus Pride Month. Oh, for me especially, because like August, Amsterdam Pride Month. Pride Month in Amsterdam, baby. I also appreciate you highlighting the text to make following along easier. Yeah, I thought so. I like doing it as well while I'm reading it. It's just, it's good to do, I think. It helps read. It helps me with reading. Especially if I'm trying to read out loud. If the text itself was like visible on stream enough, made it really big. Also, the character sprites look good. First time seeing those in motion. Awesome, thanks. Text was visible, yeah, okay. Yeah, I tried to make it like visible on my little like preview on OBS. And if it's visible there, I can assume it's visible enough on full screen. Even on your tiny phone screen, hell yeah. That's fantastic. Ugh. I think another big reason I wanted to do this is just like education as well. Like, I struggle with reading. I struggle with like reading books in general. I never do it. I think I have like a copy of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy somewhere on a shelf, and I got like, I think like maybe 50 pages in, and I thought, yeah, this book's kind of fun. This book's kind of interesting, I guess. And I dropped it like a brick and never touched it again. Wonder what happened to it. I know exactly what happened to it. It's still on the same fucking shelf. Right. And I thought, maybe if I do this, could read some Judith Butler as well. I've heard Who's Afraid of Gender is good. I've read parts of it. I wanted to cite it in an essay because I knew they'd said something about something that I needed in an essay. But, you know, I need to actually like read more of it, more of the context to understand the thing. And I think it's good enough for like an essay, like what's the word? An essay citation, because it was just one part of a tiny essay, you know. I think Who's Afraid of Gender is a lot about like how politicized gender is as a subject, which is definitely interesting itself. Actually, I had a book club with some of my friends, and we read some Butler. That's awesome. I think when I finish this book, I'd like to own a physical copy of it, which is available in my country actually for not that expensive. That's nice. Yeah, I can buy this book. Oh, it's super cheap as an ebook, which I don't need. As a paperback, it's twice as expensive. Hmm. Oh god, what is this version of 448 pages? I guess they add stuff in new editions. God. Alright, I think I'm gonna say goodnight for now. I think I'm gonna try writing a little summary for next time I stream this so everyone can like catch up on what was discussed in the book and stuff. Just in case. Uh and also there's always going to be the stream VODs, which I know I had internet issues. I'm gonna do my best to actually like edit it together, fix it up, make it nice and comfortable to watch for the stream VOD. If that involves re-recording
Yummy
something,
snack.
fine. I'll go eat a yummy snack. Good night, everyone.